small percentage. And I just wanted to state that I'm still advocating for hand counting by citizens in the county, so that that money can stay in the county and help people here instead of a for-profit national corporation with unknown owners that are hidden from our view. And that's what I got today. Thank you.
On election. Anybody else want to speak on elections?
Morning, Cindy Cook, Meade County. And the evidence that I'm going to hand you today, you can't ignore. The graph on the cost of using the tabulators shows the cost of using them is significantly higher than counting the ballots in the precinct. This point alone should be a no-brainer to not use the tabulators. I'm asking that after you've examined the graphs and info that you put aside your pride and do the right thing. The graph on the ES&S cost, which I have right here, do not include the 2024 election. So my guess is that it will be closer to the $400,000 mark of the taxpayers' money that has gone to ES&S since 2014. The cost factor is important, but even more important than that is security. There's a cover-up in every county to keep the big secret. The establishment is willing to go to extreme lengths to protect the big lie. The people have had it. The trust is gone, along with the chain of custody. Once again, I ask, why? Why fight so hard to keep this corrupted, expensive machine? It's not the money. It's not easier or faster. It's also not transparent. No CVRs, no ballot images, so why? I believe you need to prove to me and everyone here that stands for election integrity why we keep using these tabulators. The entire election system is on trial. It is ironic how you believe that the tabulators make the process more efficient. You say we don't have facts? Not true. Today I'm giving you facts. As you probably have heard, or maybe you haven't heard, I have this other chart for how ES&S has come to be. And this ties Dominion and ES&S to Smartmatic. In case you haven't heard, there were 4 execs that were arrested this last week for bribery and money laundering, having to do with the tabulators and the voting machines. Do your own research. I'm just showing you this chart to prove that they're all connected. But once again,
I think those arrests
let's let Ms. Cook finish, please, Commissioner.
Well, I want to make a correction right now. That was not even in this country that those people were arrested.
it doesn't matter. It has to do with once you see.
Let's let Ms. Cook finish.
Once you see this graph.
I am tired of the lies.
Well, you have yet to prove to me that the tabulators are secure. You can't provide ballot imaging or CVRs. You prove to me that they're not corrupt. You just talk, Doreen. You don't prove anything. We've brought plenty of proof here. Do you think this is fun for me to come here every 2 weeks for a year and do this? It's not. You guys all get paid for this. I don't. It costs me money to come here. So I am very passionate about what I believe is happening, and it's going to be the downfall of our country that it's going to happen if we don't fix this machine problem, this election problem. And so, which brings me to, I'd like to invite you to yet another hand count demonstration event, which Doreen has let me know that she doesn't need us to show her how to count. If you would go to the website called Midwest Swamp Watch, then you would see the breakdown of every county in South Dakota, how much it costs. The tabulators cost a lot of money, even on off election years. So we're paying for those tabulators to be in the closet. And once you see the graph, you'll understand how bad it really is. So, Midwest Swamp Watch, why do we even need a website that is named that? So if you do go to Midwest Swamp Watch and you go down to, scroll down to the bottom, you'll see that every county
About
is
10 seconds.
is broken down. So, anyway, I'm going to give you all a little packet because we get accused of not having facts. So I brought them, even though it cost me money. Give you each one. If you don't want it, let me know.
Thank you.
No, I don't.
Anybody else want to speak on elections?
Morning. Dale Boos, Meade County resident. Alrighty, so you already have the chart on what Meade County has paid to ES&S. It's in one of those charts, probably one of the first ones. I want to do this morning is to let you decide on what election equipment you would like to spend the taxpayers' money on. Let's just paint a picture here. On one side, you have the computerized tabulators. On the other side, you have human tabulators. Both tabulators claim to do the same thing with the same results. Okay, I'm going to skip that part. So off the chart that you have in front of you, I added 2023 and 2024 together, and you come up with 38,800. I just rounded a little bit there. 38,800. 2003 is an off election year. Still paid ES&S. In Meade County, we have approximately, I just rounded up a little bit, it's 19,000 some, but let's just say 20,000 active voters. And we had approximately 17% turnout for the primary. You take 17% times 20,000, you come up with 3,400 ballots. Now take 38,800 divided by 34, you come up with $11.40 per ballot. This is just the expenses up to the primary. We have the general yet to go. That's not in that chart. I'm not including the cost of running each precinct because it is a fixed cost. It doesn't matter if you use the computerized tabulator or the human tabulator. Same cost, fixed. Now, for the human tabulator, you need 5 people per precinct. And at the very worst, let's say 3 hours to count the ballots at $20 per hour, which is $60 a person. Times 5 is $300 per precinct. Now take that times 41 precincts, which equals $12,300. Now divide that by 3,400 votes. You get $3.60 per ballot. And I was very lucrative with the 3 hours. We probably could have counted our precinct within an hour. But let's just say 3 hours. That equals 26,500 more to run the computerized tabulators than it does the human tabulators. So if I was to sell you a choice today on the computerized tabulators, 38,800 so far, or the human tabulators for 12,300 so far, which one would you choose? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I thought I heard a pin drop, but it's carpet. Would you be willing, even though, you know, we pay ES&S on off-election years, would you be willing to pay the human tabulators the exact amount that you paid them on the election year in an off-election year? They didn't do anything. We're paying ES&S. Something you got to consider. You're spending our money. Is that the best way to spend our money? 38,000 versus 12,300, and most of our precincts,
Seconds, Mr. Buse.
I could probably cut it down to a third. So instead of $3.60, it's $1.20.
Your time, Mr. Buse.
Thank you.
I'd like to clarify that 2023, the expenses there, we did have an election. We had a special election due to the ambulance district, and marijuana was on that ballot as well. We had a petition, so that's when we have special elections. Clarify that.
Okay, but the amount is still in
Just
there.
to clarify that fact.
Okay.
So it was
I
used.
did not know that.
Yes, that I just want to clarify. That's why that expense was there in 2023.
Okay. And I was wrong on that, but it's still an expense.
Anybody else want to speak on the elections? Anybody else on elections for public testimony? Close this on elections for now. Anybody else have anything for public testimony or public comment is what I should say. Anybody else have something for public comment? Wiltmeyer, did you have something today? Okay, you had something to talk about at the hearing. I thought you had something that you wanted to address for public testimony. You wanted to of your easement. That's not on at 10 o'clock though. So if you'd want to talk about it'd be during public comment. We have a variance request at 10 o'clock, and we have a vacation of a section line, but that's not yours.
Public easement. My name's Mel Flotmeyer, and see, I told you I can't do this.
But the hearings are, just to be clear, the hearings are specific to those subjects. So
Right.
So it's not. So yours is not on today.
Right.
So it's not.
And
you're not on the agenda today.
talking to the planning board, I have to come back to you guys to have you put it back on the commission to have it renegotiated and voted on. And the other recourse after that is through the legal system to have my public easement vacated, which runs through the middle of my property, which I've had 46 landowners sign off on it to vacate it, that we don't want it, we don't need it. So I'm kind of asking you guys to renegotiate or discuss and vote on vacating the easement that runs through my property, which I started out, all I was told is that I needed the adjoining landowners to sign off on it, which I did, I had the adjoining landowners sign off on vacating it. Didn't have a problem with that. Apparently I had the wrong documents, which I downloaded off the Meade County website, charged me $14 for it. Apparently it was the wrong documents. Once told I had to go to Piedmont to have this negotiated or discussed. So I went to gotten my real estate lawyer, which he, I believe, talked to the Meade County Attorney General to get the right information, the right documents, the right wording. And he came up with, you know, having all the landowners in our homeowners association signing off on it. So basically we had 46 landowners sign off on vacating it. Went to Meade or Piedmont with it, and then it was told that, oh, we don't do it here, which I was confused in the first place. So why would I go to Piedmont? So then I feel like I've been given a runaround about, I don't know why that delay ever came, but so we came back here, and I guess we discussed it, and I had landowner people from the up on Cliff Drive just talk, and I guess I was told I didn't bring enough people to discuss to vacate the easement that runs through my property. Basically, Meade County States or Meade County transportation guy, whatever, I don't know what his title is, but he says he's not going to build the road, he's not going to maintain the road. So basically, you've got an abandoned easement if somebody ever makes the road and nobody maintains it. Why would they want to maintain it? It's been there, it's been my pasture for 50 or 25 years is what I've been there. I don't know why anybody ever put the easement through there. It didn't go there. It ended at the end of my field. I'm the dominant owner. I own both sides of the easement. It doesn't go anywhere. Had a private citizen talk about extra properties down at the end of Piedmont Meadows Road, which is, well, next to the service road. I was going to say something then, but I like to have my information before I speak. And that property belongs to Maurice Cotton. He plants oats on the front corner of Piedmont Meadows Road, and he uses the back quarter, 3/4 of this property for his fall grazing of his cattle. One of the best parts about that property is it has service road running all the way down the frontage of it. Why would they shuttle people right to Piedmont Meadows Road when they can go straight out to the service road? That'd be dumb. You don't go right to go straight. But I'm just asking you guys to, you know, bring it back up and do the will of the people. I guess 46 landowners signing off on it. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming in today. Yeah, and that your matter was, let's see, what, we handled that last meeting. Was that our very last meeting, or was the meeting before? It was last month anyway, at the end of July. We have talked about that. I had a conversation with your wife, good conversation afterwards, and explained my reasons for voting against your wishes. That was my reasons. I can't speak for the full commission. It was 2-2. I, as chair, would welcome if any commissioner wanted to bring that back. I explained that I did not wish to bring it back, but we had a conversation with I think everybody sitting here except for Talbot, who's stayed out of discussion on this. So thus far, I'm not seeing anyone bring it back. I personally informed her I'm not sure it would do much good. I don't think I don't know as if the commission's vote would change even if it had come back, but that was my opinion. And if a commissioner brought it back, I promised her, and I will do that, we will have another hearing. But I've yet to see it come back on the agenda.
I was told one of the commissioners has to bring it back on the agenda. I can't do it. So when do you guys have to do it? You have to basically give me a reason why I can't vacate this easement. It's an abandoned road. It's never been built. Nobody wants it. Nothing different than a section line that people want vacated. You guys want to vacate section lines. What's the difference between a section line and public easement that does go nowhere, except through my property.
I assume the reason you came at 10 o'clock was to give your overall view on vacation of these other proposed section lines, and I assume you were going to ask what is the difference between these and yours.
Right.
And so you're more than welcome as an individual to testify and to give your view on that. I told Brenda, when she asked me about bringing it up, that in order, this is just my opinion, in order to change the 2-2 vote, there has to be some changes in the policy or something. Otherwise, I doubt there will be a change, and it will still be a 2-2 vote.
Well,
I'm comfortable in the way I voted,
and
but
I guess,
I'm only one.
well, I guess I haven't heard a reason from the two that voted no why they want to go against the will of the people, but
I gave that day, and I also, when, your wife, Ms. Floatmeyer, I talked to her on the phone afterwards, as well as I got several other calls.
I apologize for anybody that.
No, that's fine. I have to, when I vote, I have to take responsibility for that, and I understand that. The reason I voted the way I did is because, and explained to Brenda, your wife, that, it is like, I looked at it and I explained it that day when I voted no, because it took me up to the end of testimony to make my mind up that day, because this was a hard decision. And I noticed that there's a lot of names on the signatures I recognize, but a vacation of a section line or an easement, the way I looked at it, is public property, the county's property, somewhat. So it is hard for us to vacate section lines, and we take a hard stance on that. And we've had, within the last month and a half, we've had a lot of discussion on this, and we've taken a lot of flack on this. And I've got a lot of friends that disagreed with some of my opinions on this. But nonetheless, I look at it this way. So in order to give up this piece of something of Meade counties, that we'd have to have, usually on a vacation of a section line, it's always a removal or moving the section line. So when we move it, I'm a lot more comfortable with it than just simply vacating it. There's other things within these developments that our ordinance, it would disagree with our ordinance as far as access in and access out. As a rancher, personally, if a neighbor came to me and asked me to sign a petition to vacate his section line, every one of them through his place, I'd more than likely sign that, because they're
public right away.
I understand
that.
that.
Hunt on
as
that
a county commissioner, in the best interest of the public, there has to be some give and take. So that's the way I looked at it, and you just asked me for my explanation. I'm not looking for an argument right now. If you want to discuss it later, that's fine, but that, you asked me for how I looked at that, and that's how I based my vote on. So that's, if Mr.
Can I
Liggett would
change
like
your mind on your vote?
If Mr., probably not at this point in time, unless there's something else that we have within there that can come back, and I can see a greater need for the public to vacate that.
Doesn't go anywhere.
And if you don't want to share, Rich, that you're fine.
I'm the same way. It doesn't meet, I wouldn't, I'm agree with what.
It's got a 4-foot culvert that runs through the road, runs through that.
No, I'm not gonna argue today.
I'm not arguing either. I'm just trying to get.
I don't disagree that it doesn't go anywhere, but in 50 years, I know it's really hard to get those rights. We're not trading right away. You're just asking for a vacation. So if your petition was to trade right aways and say, I want to move it to the other side of my property, that's a totally different scenario. You're asking to vacate that right away. And for me, in the 6 years I've been in commission and the years before that on planning, the biggest issues I've seen is access. How we do these right aways within the county and how they did it before.
50 years ago, and if you go out through all those Bethlehem Road, Homer Smith, Lincoln Tarkin, they're all one way in, they're all one way out.
And in 50 years, what are they going to look like? And
they're going to be the same.
That's my question.
They're going to be the same, one way in, one way out, because it butts up to the Forest Service. You can't get through.
mean, like I said, if it was a trade of right-of-way, you know, that's a different conversation. You're asking to vacate the right-of-way. So my position is still gonna be no, because I'm not in the position of
Usually, in a sports world, if you tie 2-2, it's usually a win for both teams, but I guess it's a loss in commission. Just a smart-ass joke, I guess. Wasn't a very good one, but.
well, and I do agree with Gary. If somebody came to me and said, hey, can we, on a personal level, yes, I would say. On a county level, I can't. In the best interest of the county.
So you guys are infringing on my property rights and the homeowners association's right to vacate and abandon a easement that.
And we're going down a hole here, and we
Okay.
can keep going. The intent wasn't to argue. The intent was to explain our position, and that's what we did. If you'd like to give me a call, sometime we can have this. We can hash it over. So, but that's where I based my decision on, and that's what you asked for. And if you'd like to stay and talk to these vacations, when we get to these hearings, though, I'd like to keep it specific to these vacations. And if you don't simply like a vacation or want a vacation, then you can speak then. Certainly, okay. Thank you, Mr. Floatmeyer. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on public comment? Ms. Cook, I already gave you time.
I would like to ask for Doreen's resignation. I just went down to the auditor's office and asked for your oath of office. And I think it's ridiculous that you didn't want any facts for what we were talking about. And I think it's ridiculous that you represent the people and you don't want to know. You walked out on my public comment.
I would be very happy to answer your question. You assume that I only get my information from you. My information sources are much broader than yours. And as far as I know,
That's your opinion.
I am speaking. And as far as I know, the only errors that occurred in the last election were human errors. And I am aware.
That's false, and there's plenty of proof to back this up. And I think that you should resign today, immediately.
Well, I won't.
Anybody else want to speak on anything for public comment? Anybody else have anything for public comment? Pardon me? It's going to be a wonderful day, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Bernie. I will close public comment since I don't see anybody rushing up here. Public comment is now closed. If I could get maybe bring up the emergency management, vet VSO. Sean, do you have any updates for us today? Gosh, I don't take 30 minutes.
worried.
You're not going to get that much time.
Well, I gotta follow public comments. Yay. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Sean Henderson, Meade County Emergency Management and Veteran Services Officer. Well, we made it through virtually unscathed, the rally. I'm very, very, very pleased that no major events or big fires or things like that. We did have a few vehicular fatalities, unfortunately, so yeah, I have data if you want. I don't want to take away from Department of Transportation or Highway Patrol, but I brought it just in case you had questions about it, but I'm sure you probably access the same information I do. As far as responses, I had one response in July. There was a semi-fire on July 26th, a fuel tanker actually. It had diesel and gasoline. It was on mile marker 51 westbound. It shut off the westbound of I-90 for a couple hours. Fortunately, there was no spills, so that would have been the response I was responsible for, to report to the state or to DANR. So that worked out pretty good. Good response. Everybody was very professional, and they took care of it and towed it away and transferred the fuel. And then there's a couple other incidences I'll bring up that were within the last 30 days, but they are actually technically in August. Timber Creek fire in Inning. There was 20 acres of mostly hay bales, I suppose. Not a reportable quantity to the state. However, I just wanted to keep you informed, which you probably already knew anyway. And then there was a pole barn fire the very next day, which I saw Doreen report on Facebook. There was no injuries or anything or displaced families, so I didn't report that one, but I just wanted to bring that up. Any questions on the emergency management side?
I attended one of his Ground Zero meetings, and I thought it was very informative, and he had representatives from all local, state, and federal agencies, and a good roundtable and means of staying informed and what's up.
It was a very good
We had
turnout.
a great rally.
Good, blessed with good weather for the most part, and yeah, I was very, very pleased. I was very nervous for the whole week, if you can imagine, but I'm sure a lot of people were, but so.
By the way, I can share that Sean has some really great memes.
Oh, are those yeah, I am a meme master, that's true. So on the, well, I didn't share them today. I didn't know if the public was interested in my memes, but anyway. On the veteran services side, it was actually my busiest month on top of everything. 143 veterans, up from 137 from last month, from June. 97 were existing veterans, and then 46 of those were new encounters. So business is good. Happy to be here.
Anybody have any questions for Sean?
Yeah, well, for all of us, really, not just for me. It was mostly uneventful for the community, for the Black Hills. So yeah.
Nice job,
happy.
Sean. I'm getting a lot of good comments about your office from veterans.
Oh, well, I'm glad to serve. Happy to serve. Thank you.
Equalization.
Good morning, Commissioners. Here we are into August, hard to believe. The biggest news that I have to
Please
share with
announce
you,
yourself, Ms. Crane.
I'm sorry, Rhea Crane, Director of Equalization. The biggest news that I have to share with you is that the abstract was submitted and approved by Department of Revenue. We have created the future file, and we'll be working in the very near future, I think actually Wednesday, Thursday, to get the books rolled down to the auditor's office. So we will be fully working in the 2025 file. John and Ray did visit 41 campgrounds in June and July. I think actually all in July. So the property visits are done there, but we are in the process, or they are in the process of actually running all those numbers to come up with values for 2025. Between the planning and the equalization office, we did get 2 decommissioned vehicles from the sheriff's office that are now working for our offices. And we will have 2 that we will be sending to auction. And the biggest news is that we're going to be working on the transition of Ray moving down to the auditor's office and how both offices will move forward from this point. So we've had a few meetings about that. I did share with you the 2024 vendor stats. I'm happy to announce that our numbers were actually up. We had 3 more booths. I think Gary and Doreen and I had a meeting on Thursday night, and we were sitting at about $71,000. By the end of Monday, Tuesday, we are up to $115,000. What I can tell you is that staff in the field and in the office, which would be Cindy in the office, were very, very busy. They did for the first time actually take advantage. I shouldn't say take advantage. That's probably not the right term. We instituted the $250 fine, which was implemented. They used that for several vendors out in the field, and that garnered an additional $3,250 in fines.
Hopefully fixes some of the issues.
They did have some very good communications with Tony at Woodruff. There was a little bit of a lack of communication there, I think, between staff at who's handling it at Buffalo Chip. But Tony has come up with a plan for what to do in the future to improve that.
I hope they come up with the future on, how they handle the traffic leaving
So with this $115,000,
there. No, there were injuries.
There is,
The traffic, it's a disaster.
I think we're comfortable coming up with a higher number than we used in our initial budget revenues for vendor permits for next year, so that's a plus. I'm open for any questions that you have from me.
I thought it was great that we, did the fine, nothing goes through the, vendor community quicker than news like that. We probably won't here, because they will have all gotten the word. Unless there's one unconnected person out there.
I can honestly tell you that staff in the field said that we need to increase that fine because there were some that literally laughed at a $250 fine and said it was easier to pay that than actually come in to the office and take the proper avenue.
Really?
I think it'll be interesting to see how it changes next year. If there's still the same amount, then,
Right.
wouldn't go off of 50.
Right.
But, I would like to say I appreciate everybody's, work and hard work in the office. I know the rally is always busy for everybody.
I'm sure they're listening, so they thank them loud.
Any other questions for equalization? Comments? Thank you, Ria. Ben, facilities.
Morning, Commission. Ben Petrocco, Meade County Facilities Director here with a quick report on some of our July workload. We had another busy month with 51 work orders, and we were actually down one employee for most of the month, so we ended up having to pull off a few projects to spend more time on the groundskeeping end of things with the mowing and trimming and all that stuff. Since then, we've hired a new team member, so actually for the week of the rally, we were back to full staff, so that was huge for us. Thanks to Deborah for helping get that going in a timely manner. Kind of a bad time of year to lose one of our main guys. But like Rhea mentioned, we were able to strip down 2 more sheriff's vehicles that reallocated to use in that department. We completed our yearly fire sprinkler system inspections on both the Law Center and Erskine buildings. The month before that, we did the fire alarm inspections. That's all the notification stuff, but this is actually the sprinkler piping and heads and all that. I'm still working with the glass company to try to get the broken windows replaced on the Law Center. That hasn't been repaired yet. They've told me one of the windows shipped to them and showed up with damage 2 different times. They got one in right away, and then the second one showed up on a different truck or something, and it was broke, and that's happened twice now. So he assured me they should have the third one in and installed within the next week or 2 is the last I heard from him. We recoated the roof on the extension building again. That's kind of a yearly thing we do. We go up there and look for, that's got that kind of painted on matric roof coating, whatever they call it. So that's something we got to kind of stay on, or it develops cracks and we get roof leaks.
Didn't we put that on one year after we had some hail damage and we didn't want to replace the whole roof? And
yeah, we've been kind of using that for probably, at least the last 10 years on it. And it's actually seemed to hold up pretty good. We have to do little patches here and there and then recoat it. But there was no major cracks or leaks this time. It was more just a few cracks starting to form, so we go ahead and recoat those areas. But it seems to be holding up fairly well. Probably a little better than the courthouse roof. I was just up there the other day, and it's looking pretty rough now. There's so many patches on that rubber membrane that I'm not sure how far how far we're out from doing a complete replacement on that guy. It's good for now, but we're right there, I think, next year or two.
We may need a cost.
Yeah, get an estimate. I can do that, yeah.
You know an age of that roof?
Have to look it up, but I think we're somewhere around 8 years. Seems like it hasn't held up real well to the hail damage more than anything. Whenever we get those little hailstorms, that's what seems to pierce little tiny parts of that rubber. But yeah, if you go up there, you wouldn't believe the amount of patches that they put on it. Just little Band-Aid size patches pretty much all the way around the perimeter.
Have we ever put in a hail claim?
As far as I know, I don't know if Kevin ever did.
Is it evident that it's hail?
I don't know that you could prove that, I guess. It's not like a dent in a metal roof that's obvious. It seems like that's what's causing them to us. I mean, that's what Jamie thought too, but I don't know that that would fly as a hail claim or not. That's something I can check into, though. Every time we get them patched, it's not a big expense normally. It's a couple $100 here or there, but we can definitely research that. On the highway department side of things, we had a couple little projects. I installed a time clock system on the main shop to trigger the exhaust and air intake to draw cool air into the shop late at night and early morning hours to kind of help cool down the area at the start of their work day, because when we get those hot days out there, they have a hard time, you know. And so this seems to be helping a little bit, at least drawing some of that fresh air in and exchanging. So at the start of the day, you know, if we have nights that don't get below 70, it doesn't do a whole lot. But like right now, days like today are perfect. It has been working pretty good at cooling it down, at least for the first half of the day till the sun gets high, you know. I think they're happy with that. Out at the Elm Spring shop, we had some crazy winds earlier in July, and it dislodged some metal on the roof and actually folded some panels over. So we got out there and we were able to repair that, get it screwed back down tight, and we kind of went through the whole roof. There was a lot of loose screws and nails on it, so it was time to get up there and give it the good once over. So I was glad the timing was actually pretty good on that. Also out in the country on our Enning radio tower, we had a incident where we lost AC power to the radio shack again, most likely due to an animal flying into the fuse on the transformer there. So when that happens, we have the generator that takes over, but we don't really have any way of knowing that that's running until we ultimately start having radio issues with the highway department, any analog channels, and also our paging pieces out there that controls the digital pagers only, not the cell phone pages, but the guys that are still carrying the little digitals, they start not getting pages, fire and ambulance. So I'm working with a vendor right now trying to get pricing and seeing if it'll work using a notification piece that actually uses a radio to send out a pre-recorded voice message. If something like that happens, it would send it out on one of our channels to dispatch, and it will repeat it, you know, to make sure somebody knows, hey, the Enning tower's on generator power, because we need to know the sooner the better. I mean, it ran the whole propane tank out again out there, and so it probably ran for a week or two, and then you got a little bit of battery backup from the batteries, but then once those go dead, then you're down. So this is something Kevin and I have been trying to brainstorm for a while, a way to do it, because there's no internet connection, obviously. There's no copper wires. You know, if there was some of that, it'd be easy. But I just found out about this radio thing, so instead of paying for like a yearly $500 a year monitoring software and all that through cellular, this might be the best option for us. So just kind of a one-time cost of about, I think it it was around $1,200 for the piece. And we have radios that we could dedicate one for it, so. Looking at doing that. Other than that, most of our time this month was dedicated to, rally prep, setup, HVAC adjustments for the courthouse, and of course the tear down afterwards. We did have a really good rally with minimal emergency type call-ins, that paging thing was kind of at the first weekend of the rally, but we were able to get that. Luckily, the Inning Propane guy was, not just them, but the Grand River Electric, they were able to get there on call on a Sunday and get power back up. So kudos to Grand River. They're very good to work with out there.
Did the LEC building leak when we got that inch and a half?
I have not seen any major leaks. Now, we always have some, especially when it seems like when there's wind involved. It must blow that water up through those standing seams somehow, and we always get a little in the stairwells, and as you know, the rec room in the jail usually gets a little. But I haven't had any other reports of any major leaks worse than what we normally get.
No leaks in the pods?
Not that I've heard of. I'm sure if you go up in the attic, there's signs, because it happens every time when we have hard rain like that. But that roof's definitely needing replaced.
Did you get an update on that?
I have not got an updated quote. I'd have to look at when the last one Kevin got was. I know 400,000 sticks out to me, but that was probably a few years ago.
I was just talking to Kevin yesterday.
Your mic's not picking you up.
Thanks, Ted.
I said I was just talking to Kevin yesterday about city-county budgets, and he wanted to know if we had money yet for our LEC roof.
Is that something you want me to try to get going and try to get it?
I don't know if I'm the only commissioner interested, but we have funds this year in that capital thing, and that's not ever going to get any better over there.
I think get a price on both those buildings.
Okay.
Because they're both a maintenance issue.
Yeah, they only
know
last
that
so long.
At least the law enforcement one, we know we've been fighting that one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get some quotes on those right away. Get on that.
At least we'd have a number.
Because I'm sure, even in 2 years, I'm sure it's going to be significantly higher than what he had for that. So.
Especially in the last 2 years.
Any other questions, comments for facilities?
On the yard or lawn maintenance stuff, would it have been a benefit to have a part-time high school kid helping during the summer? That's something we should look at for maybe next year.
Yeah, because it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. Even for one guy, Newly was trying to do most of that himself. It's pretty big campus for one person to be able to actually. If you're hitting everything properly, so that would be something I'd be interested in pursuing.
I think maybe as we move into budget, that might be something to look at.
At least for the first kind of couple big months of the mowing.
Yeah.
We kind of wane off after the rally a little bit, but
From May till August might be.
yeah, that would be something I'd be interested in for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when I was looking through the claims that, the water and sewer bill just for these 3 buildings was $2,300 for a month.
We did have
It's
a big,
costly, but we have commercial and sewer and everything.
yeah. On the water end of things, we started out pretty sparingly with the sprinkler water this year, but then, we had to kind of pour it to it for 1 month there. In fact, our bill went up, or our usage went up so much that they actually contacted me from the city water office down there to find out if maybe they thought something was wrong, because it was as higher than we've ever had. But
Yeah.
it was kind of because stuff got pretty dry in a hurry, and then we had to really amp it up before the rally, 'cause we shut them off during the rally.
Yeah.
Luckily, during the rally this year, we had some moisture, so it didn't
Yeah.
really die off too bad.
Oh,
But
I wasn't criticizing you for the amount of usage. I was just surprised at how high. I was just really glad it wasn't my water bill.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that Loss Center water bill is
Yeah.
a lot. Sure.
In fact, I was wondering if the 20% share that the city pays on that, if maybe we need to look at that, and maybe that needs to be upped a little bit. Just a thought.
Seems like a lot of the billing is the garbage and sewer is a big portion of it. Charge a lot for the commercial stuff.
Any other questions, comments for facilities? Thanks, Ben.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Human Resources, Deborah.
Good morning, Deborah Bransrud, Human Resource Director for Meade County. Posted the July report for Human Resources and just asking if there's any questions or comments.
Questions, comments? Looks like that was easy. Thanks, Deborah. IT, Mr. Cummings just stepped out.
I'm sorry, he apologized that he had a 10 o'clock meeting that he
Sure.
had to get to.
Anything, anybody have anything for?
I'd like to thank the IT group. I know they had their hands full during the rally this year. Not necessarily anybody's fault. It's just, and they helped dispatch.
I know there was issues with dispatch that he fixed. Planning, you have a report, Ms. Vig? Or?
Good morning, Tanya Vig, Planning Director. Kind of broke things down a little bit differently this time on the building side. We did 28 building permits. I separated them out by what we permitted, residence, commercial, and then the other types, so you could see where the permits are actually going to. Did review a FEMA CLOMAR for the South Dakota DOT for Priest Canyon Creek and Priest Canyon Tributary for exit 46. That's back submitted into FEMA. Heritage Mobile Home Park, we are working with South Dakota DENR on a septic violation. The state has taken over the lead on that, and a design is at the state level being reviewed right now.
What exactly is the problem?
The septic for 10 mobile homes had surfaced, and there was no repair to the drain field, so they are looking at installing an advanced treatment unit system with some larger tanks, 4,000-gallon tanks, and now they're looking at adding another tank also to remedy the problem. Large pending projects, the only one that has changed is Horizons Estates 320. The plan is to come through on the planning meeting September 3rd for 24 lots. The rest of them are still just in the process of being built. Doreen, I did add the ownership for you under them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. GIS is still plugging away with new addresses, entering new roads as they come through. In the 2025 assessment year mapping project for the lot splits is still going well. On the horizon, total votes, Max Frick will start that project here shortly for the general election in November. Couple proposed annexations we've been working on, Piedmont Trails West and Sturgis Dolan Creek Road is the ones we kind of been mapping out and helping out with. I submitted some attachments. That's all the stuff that we do. If you have any questions at
I have
all?
a question on the annexation.
Yeah.
So we're helping the two cities on
We do the mapping for them. Yep. And then I believe on Piedmont Trails we supply the address in for the road district.
Is there a charge for those?
On the mapping, we do not, no.
How much time do you think you have into it?
That I could not answer. I didn't have the girls track it at all. Dolan Creek was easy because it's a simple little lot, but, Piedmont was a little bit more work. We could start tracking it and I could let you know.
It'd
We
be
have a couple
interesting.
more coming through, so.
Trails West would take quite a little time, I would assume.
I mean, there are entities that are annexing these pieces. Might cost to the cities and not necessarily cost to the county. I'm okay with sharing services. Burden.
Alright, I'll track them on the next couple that are coming through. See where we end up.
Any questions, comments for Big?
Thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't seem like it's slowing down anytime. Anybody here from Treasurer's Office? Anybody here from Treasurer's Office? Brings us right up to our 10 a.m. scheduled hearings. The number one on the list is the variance request for multiple residents. Ordinance 34, which is dealing with Ordinance 34. I'll handle these. I typically been handling these as I have the proponents for this variance request, and I'll also have, then I'll let the opponents speak. Ms. Vig, I think, if you could come forward again, I should have just kept you up here, Tanya. And then the landowners here, yeah, thank you. If you'd give us just a brief history on this, please, Tanya.
Hunter, this is for variance to Ordinance 34. Hunter and Brooke Radley submitted a variance to be heard on the planning board on August 5th. The variances for the building code and enforcement ordinance 34, article 2.1.11.4, stating building permits will be issued for only one residential dwelling for each platted lot. Exceptions may include an approved variance. The purpose of this is they would like to build a new home and remain living in the existing home. While that's being done, it did go through planning board with recommendation of approval to the commission with the following conditions. At the time of certificate of final occupancy issued by Meade County, the existing home may no longer remain on the property, or the skirting removed, utilities disconnected, and the home placed on blocks and ready to move until sold. The existing septic system is abandoned and disconnected to not be reused, and the project must be completed within 12 months of time of permit pulled. I have the builder and the homeowner are both here if you have any questions for them.
Have anything to add to? This simply just asking.
Yes.
While the one is being built. Yep. Commissioner Wazorek, do you have anything to add from the planning?
No, we've given these before. This is, our ordinance is such that you can't get a building permit where you already have a home on the lot to build a second one. So these variances, we've done these before where there's a mobile home, where they're living in the mobile home, they complete it, and before they can occupy, they have to basically disconnect the mobile home to get the occupancy right to go into the house. So this would require them to remove the mobile home once the stick built is done.
This being a public hearing, I gotta ask if there's anybody from that. This sounds like it's going to be a fairly easy one. Any other proponents or opponents that would like to speak to this item? Anybody who would like to just speak to this item? Not seeing anybody, I'll just close the public testimony on it. Commissioners have any comments, questions, and or action?
Pretty common thing. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I would assume we'd want to keep on there the conditions, the planning committee. Yep, have it on there, so that could be included in the minutes. We got a motion and a second from Commissioner Liggett. Motion, Commissioner Wazorek made the second. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. So, thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
I was.
Talbot,
Yep, no, they're just trying to.
so if you'd wanna note that it'll be
Thank you.
the same motion that the planning board. Brings us to our next public hearing, public hearing to vacate a 66-foot section line common to the sections 30 and 29, Townships 5 North, Range 6 East. Ms. Vig, if you'd go ahead, please, just give us a quick overview, then I'll ask for proponent testimony first, after you give us the.
Mr. Azoric has brought to my attention, I did leave something off the agenda. On February 5th of 2024, this did go through the planning board. Motion failed. I do have copies of the minutes. Everything was.
Yeah, the motion was, to,
Motion passed.
well, it was a 3-3 motion. My no vote was based on, not so much on opposed to the request as it was, I was concerned about some of the conditions. And what I think my issues with it, as the platting of the additional right-of-way and dedication right-of-way to get access to this land, has that been filed and completed?
No, it is waiting to on this, if the vacation of the section line is approved or denied, then the file will either move forward or be pulled. Sorry.
So essentially, could you give us just an overview now then of what we're actually looking at today?
Rita, can you open the section line packet, please? Vacate packet. So the yellow line is the section line that's proposed to be vacated, which would be relocated to Ralph's Way, which is west of the yellow line there. It's a full section line running north and south.
To Fort Meade Way, not to Ralph's Way, right?
Fort Meade Way, yep. So it's this piece here, the Cerullia Fort Meade Way will be the new proposed section line if the yellow line is vacated. As part of the platting process, there's a little piece right here between Comus and Lanphier. This is actually part of the platting process to dedicate a 66-foot public right-of-way also for access to Comus property. They have, if you want to scroll through real quick, yeah. They have submitted the petition for the landowners, have all signed adjacent to that. And there's the exhibit of the petition. What's to be vacated is the hash marks, is the vacation. And then the last ones are the letter and the certified mail receipts that it went to the adjoining landowners with an explanation of what was being proposed.
I have a question.
Yes.
It was noted in here in the minutes that the landowners were previously paid for the right-of-way that Fort Meade Way was constructed on. How much money did the county pay?
That I do not know. I never did research that. That was Mr. Charholm had made that statement. I did not look that up. Ross Lamford may be able to answer that. I could not.
Okay, that's
all I
yeah,
have.
thank you. I'll ask for, public testimony toward this, open it up to the public now, if the commissioners could please hold their questions to the end.
I do have a question on that map up here.
Yes.
The section line improvement to the Lynn property is not part of today's discussion.
It is not. That's a proposed one that's in the works that you have not seen it yet because it's not ready to roll.
I haven't seen anything on that.
Nope. They were waiting for bids on that. Yep.
Okay, I'll open up to proponent testimony. This is, anybody in favor, obviously, of this vacation, or I guess it's moving this section line. So I'll give proponent testimony now. So, go ahead, Mr. Lanphier.
Just,
Please announce
excuse me.
yourself.
Ross Lampier. To answer your question, Doreen, the county was asking for 100-foot right-of-way, not a 66-foot section line. They paid for the additional property, and I brought that, but I don't recall exactly what the amount was at this point.
Go ahead with your testimony, Mr. Lampier.
Well, this whole project, kind of a little history on it, is that section line was going to be opened, and if you've ever gone down there and looked, that section line goes over the two most prominent peaks in that ridge on the north side. Another one there, it also intersects two waterways and dams, and goes almost directly behind some of the landowners that had already built there, right in their backyard. And it just seemed logical to me that in order to facilitate a better road, a much less expensive road to the county to build, if they deviated from that section line, it would be a big plus. And so I was willing to deal with them and do that, and it was agreed at that time that at some point in time we'd probably want to get that section line closed. And now with Ralph's Way and everything that has happened, that time kind of is here. The other thing is the county has now asked for additional right-of-way, and I have mentioned, while I was dealing with a couple of the commissioners, that we would go ahead and grant that additional right-of-way, because now I think it's 140 feet they require, or 120, whatever it is. So, you know, there's a benefit there. So I kind of have been battered up pretty good about people saying, well, you sold it. Well, no, we didn't really sell it. We got paid for additional right-of-way at the time, but now part of our agreement with the county is to grant that additional right-of-way on the east side of Ralph's Way.
Mr. Vasquez, you have anything to add?
Well, and I just want to make sure, Doreen, does that make sense? Because I believe at the time they asked Lampiers for a 100-foot right-of-way.
And Shannon, just if you announce yourself, so.
Oh, yes, Shannon Boston, it's Baseline Surveying. So at the time, the county asked Lampiers for a 100-foot right-of-way with the thought of the section line being 66. So really, that only additional. They didn't pay or give them any money for 66 feet with the intention that that section line would basically get vacated.
Yeah, but we knew it. I assume that the commission at the time wanted the additional footage because they knew that this was going to be a future housing development out there. And so that it would only be a benefit for those that were developing out there to have a wider road.
Correct.
To accommodate.
Yeah. But my point I just went is they didn't get money from 66 feet of it. They only got 40. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'll ask for any other proponents to this section line moving. Any other proponents?
I do have a question for Mr. Lampier. Are you going to be requesting in the future vacations of the right-of-way all the way down?
Perhaps. No immediate intention to do that.
There was a discussion, Doreen, about taking that further south, and the planning board pretty much unanimously against that, because they could see that going further south could be usable potentially in the future for some of that land to the south.
Thank you. Any other proponent testimony to this vacation? Any other proponent testimony? Any opponent testimony to this vacation? Anybody like to speak against this vacation? If not, I will close public testimony, and if there is any other comments, questions from the commission to anybody, feel free.
I have a couple questions. What's the status of the plat of the additional right? Has it gone through final and it's just sitting?
Has not gone through final.
Okay, well,
It's been preliminary stage.
it's been preliminary and approved by this commission.
Has not gone back to planning board for final direction.
You know, it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing here. I mean, I'm concerned about exactly how we define all of this. I would think the motion would have to be like contingent upon the dedication of additional right-of-way out in the existing road. And, you know, this is in front of us in the form of a exit. What's that? Right, which, right, and I say, I understand the landowner's position that, look, I'm not gonna give up the extra unless I get rid of this. I understand that position. I don't have a problem with it. It's more, I don't wanna get in a situation where we vote to vacate, Ross gets hit by a car tomorrow, not that I'm wishing anything on Ross, and then all of a sudden the plat never gets finalized. And so like I said, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. If we had final approved and we're just waiting on signatures, or had it signed and it wasn't being filed, I would be a little more comfortable with that. Ken's got an idea of a process here, or whether we can make this vacation contingent upon dedication of additional right-of-way by the land. Just in this motion, that would be sufficient.
I think the better process might be to continue this until the final plat is before the board, and then take action on this and the final plat at the same time. I don't like a contingent motion. Your motion is an appealable item. Once it's published, it has the right to be appealed, et cetera. And if it's contingent, when does that timeline start? Becomes the problem.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, look, to some of the comments Doreen made, I think the former commission, when she was not on it, I was not, I don't think nobody here was on it. I think the representations were made, though not documented as such a way to be technically enforceable against this commission, that this swap would happen, that once the road got built, that this section line would go away, this vacation would occur in the future. So I think that makes sense. Now, that being said, I probably wouldn't support this if I thought the vacation didn't make sense. I think the vacation does make sense with the location that Fort Meade Way ended up, and because of the proximity of the new Fort Meade Way to this section line, I think the best course for the development in that area, which we all know it's going to develop, is to get rid of this section line. You'll get better development long term, but we need this extra stuff dedicated, I think, up.
You know, to follow up on this, seems to me like there have been so many outside of this room agreements and or discussions with selected commissioners over a period of years, and as a result, it has cast a shadow on the entire deal and makes me very nervous, and it's not the way government should work.
I I'm curious, does anyone know how many feet there is between the section line and where the Fort Meade Way loops out to the west?
I was curious on that.
It varies. I had looked at that at one time.
Ken, do you know that answer?
It's hard, I mean, it's hard to know what you're looking at
right
just
this
from a
right there?
map in terms of,
Go down to,
are we talking a football field or are we talking more or?
So, you know,
That's 66, so.
Turn that on, it helps. Yeah, I think I understand your question. I mean, there's parts of it obviously touch the section line and then they get out to 400 or 500 feet, but then majority of it's 100 to 200 foot from, are you talking the distance from Fort Meade Way to the section line?
Yeah, right there at the widest point.
Oh, at the widest point, yeah. At that point, I don't have the exact number, but I guess about 400 feet.
Oh, I have another question. Is there a problem just to leave the section line there? I mean, we don't know what 100 years from now is, but, does it create a problem by having the existing section line sitting there? Like we have all over the county?
Well, I might be the landowner to answer that because it may be a negative impact on him. I mean, from my point, for me personally, it's just having the need there, and I just can't ever envision two roads ever being that close together and improved, you know. And then again, we've already gone around the fact that that section line isn't the most favorite spot economically really to build a road there. That's why Fort Meade Way is where it did get built. So, and to me, I guess from a landowner standpoint, it's just more, the public has the right to walk down that section line if they know where it's at. It just causes more, I don't know, if somebody's walking down there with their dog because they knew they had the right and they got bit by a rattlesnake.
I understand that, but I mean, we got section lines all over the western South Dakota, you know, the whole state, and, you know, a lot of landowners don't want the section lines there, but I think they were put there for a good reason, and, you know, so if we don't have a really good reason to remove it, I'm wondering if I want to vote to.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not looking at a vacation, we're looking at a relocation, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on my subject, it says, a hearing to vacate section 66, so I'm not exactly sure. I think we're here to look at a relocation, is that right?
well,
Because I'm not exactly sure what we're doing here.
yeah, so it's technically a vacation, but they are dedicating additional right-of-way through a plat, so the right-of-way is essentially moving, it's a swap. Because if you relocate the right-of-way, all you're relocating is 66 feet, but we want basically from their side, we're taking the 100 that was there plus an
additional 10, yep.
plus another access point, for the line. Just an FYI, and because this is the discussion we had at planning on some of this. I've just done on GIS, I just did a rough, and where that Ralph Ways point is, which is about the tightest spot, where there's 227 feet by GIS. But that's from the road to the section line, as far as I can tell, as close as I can get it here. But you have to remember then, okay, so if it's 227 feet, you lose 60 feet because that's the right-of-way on that half of the road. So now it's only 140 feet. You lose 33 feet because of the section line. So that gets you down, I'm going to work my math here. So it gets you down to 120 maybe. You got 25 foot setbacks against any right-of-way. So the usable space in that, if you ever want to use it, is down to like 50 feet. if they ever wanna do anything with that land. So, and then if you go up to 400 feet, you'd have 250 feet usable space between those two sections. So, that space is gonna be very poorly used in the future if you leave these section lines, because it's gonna make it very hard to plan for that space to be properly used.
Are there, between Fort Meade Way and the section line at the widest part, are there two different landowners on each side of those section lines there?
There is in part of it, and there isn't in other parts of it.
So,
that was one of the reasons that that in the plat, you see that section line down, you see that line where it's Ralph's Way and it comes across from Ralph's Way?
yeah, we just approved that.
Well, you approved Ralph's Way, but not the line that comes to the east. That's part of the additional dedication that this plat would do, is to provide, because there's a separate landowner on the north side of that and the south side, and that separate landowner has no direct access to Fort Meade Way without that additional dedicated. So the discussion was, well, you can't leave them there. Those landowners get along now, but nobody knows who's gonna own it in the future. So that was to provide, and that dedication goes past the existing section line, because it has to go into that property enough that if anybody ever wanted to use it, they could come off to the left or the right.
This is actually giving that property better access.
Well, guaranteeing them good access out to Route 4 Meade Way.
Right now, they have access, like you said, because they get along, but they don't have anything fighting.
Right. Right, and if they didn't, that landowner would either have to build, they'd have to build out separate to get to Fort Meade Way. From that point, you'd have to either come south or north on a section line. You really can't go north because there's a big stock dam there, big waterway. You'd have to go south, build south, and then build west.
It's actually putting access on basically both sides of that little creek.
Right, and actually, when they came forward with the proposal, they had that access point slightly different. But no, I think they've always had it matched up, but they wanted to even name it something else. And we were like, no, for consistency, it needs to be named Ralph's Way still, even on that side.
Do you know the reasons why the other two planning members voted no?
You'd have to ask them.
They have
been consistently on Fort Meade Way. I think it's safe to say that they were in opposition to Fort Meade Way to start with, and they still are in opposition to things occurring down in that area. It's been which is fine.
Yeah, I do have a question. Part of the whole discussion is the additional right-of-way that we're asking for along Fort Meade Way. That is, the original Fort Meade Way right-of-way was 100 feet. Our master transportation plan has updated that to 120 feet based on that road classification. So our intent is to get a 120-foot right-of-way for that road. This is one of those ways that facilitates us to be able to acquire and maintain that 120-foot right-of-way, along with, not having a service road in front of the other road with not really usable land. There is a section in there that you could build on, but it'd be very uncohesive to the rest of that property. So, but I think part of the discussion needs to be, I like the idea of tabling this until we see the plat, so we can do both at the same time, because I'm not comfortable making this today without the plat coming through at the same time.
I think we have seen the plat, right? Has the commission seen the plat?
You check real quick for you. It would be.
Yeah, but it's not approved. Like
it has to go back through final, right? Yeah, I agree.
So that's the preliminary.
That's when I would like to see.
Now, are you looking at 120 feet right away, all the way?
Yes, that would be the idea. The master transportation plan has it from 34 to.
And that's to make development easier, correct?
And for the planning of that road, at some point, you know,
For the
it,
new?
100 years, it's gonna be a 4-lane road, you know, whatever.
Yeah, we just had this conversation north of Box Elder when the developer came in, I believe Shannon was working with that developer where he didn't want to dedicate the additional. And basically, whenever we have a plat, we take that additional if that's it's seen as gonna be a major road in the future. Even if they're only subdividing the lot for one lot for their kid, we take it. Because the next thing you know, they'll build a house on it.
But we're not vacating section lines.
Well,
We're just requiring it in order to get the plat approved, correct?
well, I
More or
can't say
less.
that I can't say that that's not true consistently because we have swapped areas before on section lines, when we've been doing it too.
This is very similar to the one we did up by Center.
Right. Stoneville Road. that
Yeah,
was
I mean,
off
except
section one.
here, the potential for traffic 100 years down the road, I mean, we've already got so much traffic on Fort Meade Way. If all that's developed, I could see a need for a service road like we have along the interstate, and a section line would be a good place to put that. I mean, it looks like it's hard to build, but you can build, you know, I don't know, but, you know, I'm just saying that the traffic situation here is already way different than out at Union Center. And I'm wondering, is the commission gonna have some criteria for when we vacate a section line or when we don't? Because I'm not gonna be around, but there's gonna be a lot more requests to vacate section lines, and what's our criteria? Just what, you know, one at a time? Or do we have something more to go on? Have, you know, we taken a good look at, because once you vacate it, you can't get it back.
That's right, and it kind of seems to be I feel like it's been kind of a hit or miss thing. And, who knows down the line if a future commission wants to build all along that section line or follow. We all know Fort Meade Way was built at the time, the cheapest possible way to get it open as quick as possible.
Have any other questions, comments, and or action? It sounds like, we're leaning towards,
Well,
The board raised the question of the status of the, plat. The motion behind you is what was done at the last commission, or the commission meeting of, June 11, is referred back to planning. It was not approved as a preliminary.
other questions, comments?
So this is really premature.
Well, I think that was the one before, then we resent out letters and redid it. Wasn't there another one?
date of that one?
What do we need in the form of a motion to bring this back? Cause it looks to me like we're not ready to.
Yeah, I would assume we need to continue it. Now, my only
Yeah.
question on that motion is, can you put it in that motion to set the hearing? It sounds like we need to set the hearing at the same
Well,
time that we do the plat, but how do we set that now?
Yeah, I think, first of all,
Once you've noticed this hearing, you can continue without additional notice being published, so
Okay.
that's
Commissioner
not an
Wazor,
issue.
you had something.
I have a number of things, but, as to the procedural question, it would seem to me would be to continue this hearing, likely to the second hearing in September, with the idea that they would bring their plat forward, which is basically, we're not doing a swap here just because the sizes are different. We're doing it by plat, and we're asking for additional area on the borderline, so, which made more sense long-term than doing a swap, than trying to do a swap, because the swap didn't make any sense because of the way you're asking for the area. And then what I would propose to the landowner is, I think that would give us sufficient time, because I think you're right, Shannon, I think it's at least been approved by planning. I thought
It was, she went to July.
But it was approved by commission?
Yes.
Okay, so what I would propose, and landowner comes back before planning, gets it approved as final, you can get all the signatures in place except the landowners, and if this doesn't pass, you don't have to sign it.
Correct.
But then we have the signatures and we can file it, as soon as the 20 days run. You can sign it and we can have it. But we're gonna need a signed copy.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think you come,
We can have
I think
that.
you come to that meeting in the end of September saying, here's a Mylar, all signed, we still have possession of it. If this doesn't pass, we're just not gonna file the Mylar. If it passes, I'm handing the Mylar to Tanya and she can walk down and file it.
Yep, that sounds good to me, so. And I know Dale, or the Ross would also agree with that, so.
Yeah, 'cause that way, nothing falls through, we don't get these recriminations that somehow somebody's manipulating the system, which, like I said, before I was on the commission, but it keeps coming up that there's something untoward being done when anything's being done in this area. And I'm just trying to judge this like I would judge any other application and trying to do this for the best long term of the county.
Fair enough.
And, you know, as to standards, Ted, I mean, the standards are set in statute. You know, my standard has been pretty consistent that you should replace in almost every situation, if you want a section line vacated, you should replace that public right of way someplace else on your land. And sometimes it makes sense to move them. And why this is a vacation, it's being done in a way, it's just because it's the style is being done to actually maximize the right of way we're getting. That would have not really been possible for a swap.
I voted in favor of the relocation for the shooting range because it didn't make any sense to have someone go right through the middle of the shooting range. Want to make sure that we've got a really good reason if we're going to relocate, particularly if we're vacating, because.
Yeah, and my thing on this Fort Meade Way is, first of all, I don't know for a fact that was represented up here that was done the cheapest way possible. I know it was done. All frankness, that north-south connector needed to happen somewhere out there, and that looked like a pretty good spot for me. I understand a lot of people didn't like where it went, fine, but we have it now, and need to deal with it going forward, and what's the best way to deal with it, and I think this is a good way to address some of those issues. When the difficulty you always get on those frontage road issues is you can try to plan for them, and we are trying to plan for them, but then when we have this happen all the time in planning. Somebody's wants to do a cul-de-sac and on a 40 or 160 in the middle of a section, and we say, well, you have to reserve a right-of-way to the back. And they bitch up a storm that we're taking their property and doing this. But we gotta do this planning. The biggest issue we've got is it's been a difficult time because we see lots of these kind of weird landlocked issues because people didn't deal with what they had.
Kind of a side note on the construction of Fort Meade Way. It seems like the dirt work and the actual construction and layout of the road was good. The portion that was rushed was the gravel placement, which was mediated here a couple of years ago. We did put additional gravel back on that. So, we are seeing a tremendous amount of traffic on that road. Idea would be to make sure that we have the proper right of way there. 66 foot. It's funny. A road and a 66-foot right-of-way seems like a big thing, like a 24-foot road. But when you get ditches and utilities, it's pretty tight. So even when we had the 100-foot and now we're at 120-foot right-of-way, seems like a large right-of-way, but by the time we actually do construction.
Any questions, Reen, comment?
you know, part of the problem we have with Fort Meade Way is the fact that, yes, it was done on the cheap, and you and I both know that's why they didn't do the archaeological studies and all that other stuff, and made sure came in under $1 million. It's too late to argue all that now, but they left us. That's turned in to be probably the most expensive 6 miles of gravel in Meade County, because we had to spend, you weren't on the first couple of years after that fiasco was built, and you couldn't get cars through there, and you had people stuck, and the calls that went on and on because the right amount of gravel was not put on. So many issues were not put on. And then the fact that supposedly we can't ever get state or federal funds because of that and on the relocation. And that is one reason why I'm hesitant to vacate the section lines, because if that road does end up needing to be built in the future years, it might need a different route, or we're never going to have state and federal funds, because all those requirements were never followed. That's one reason I'm hesitant on the section line vacation.
Any other questions?
And as far as other agreements, yes, I've been on the commission for a long, long time. I have never had, with any of the landowners involved out there, any discussion with them outside of this room.
Well, Doreen,
But
you just said you had phone calls with multiple people on this other section line and the landowners outside of this room.
Yes, I'm saying on this particular road, I've never had a conversation with Ross or Logan or any of the other adjacent landowners on that, but some of those landowners have mentioned here, the landowner adjacent to Ralph's Way, what's his name? I can't recall it right now. At our last meeting, he's talking about having conversations with commissioners.
Jeremy Anderson.
Yeah. I mean, I'd never seen the man before. So I'm just saying, apparently there have been discussions with other commissioners, and that's fine. I'm just saying, you brought up the accusation of, innuendos or other dialogues going on with commissioners, and I'm just saying, I haven't talked to anybody. That owns land. I've heard from plenty of people through the years who've been stuck and couldn't get home.
Comments on this subject, or if somebody would offer action, I'd be probably at that point.
Everybody else here to speak to it?
I've already asked that. I closed public testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the hearing to the second meeting.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to continue this hearing to the second meeting in September. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Our last budget date.
And just be specific on the date, if you could, in the 24th. I would assume you'd want to be specific on the date when it goes in the minutes. Any other discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Continue it to that point. Let's take about a 10-minute break. When we get back, we will go into the AR Ranch TIF discussion. Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Well, at least you haven't been asked to resign yet.
It rained.
Not yet is the key. It did rain. It's awesome. We had some really.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna head out there as soon as. I don't know what, earlier I took a thing, it's like, I don't know. It's just, earlier this morning this side, and now it's just like stabbing. I've had lots of.
J.D. Vance's book?
I didn't. The Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah,
I watched the.
I ordered it and got it. It was pretty interesting. Oh, terrible life. Terrible life.
I'll call the meeting back to order. We'll go to item C, AR Ranch TIF discussion. This is purely discussion. We have some people here that would like to give us an overview on some ideas here that they're looking at. So if you guys like to come forward, please. Please announce yourself in the microphone too.
I'll start. Kyle Trelor with Van Acker Development. Kyle Trelor with Van Acker Development. There we go. Can I move? There we go. First, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to hear this discussion or have this discussion this morning, and for staff for preparing the information to get it in front of you. We have just a general overview of what we'd like to talk about and what we'd like to propose, and then a second part of that discussion would be some direction on how to actually prepare an application and process a potential TIF application to follow, as that doesn't seem to be defined out very well. So just a general understanding of how that would look depending on how the conversation goes. What we'd like to do, and this is for the AR Ranch, which is just located kind of north and east of the city of Somerset. It is a developed subdivision with several phases that have already been constructed. There's homes under construction and homes that are already occupied. It is off of 220th Street. And there you go. I assume you guys have images in front of you that you can see as well. All right, good. So we have the phase 1 and 2 are constructed. Phase 1 is mostly built out right now with homes. Phase 2 is building out as we speak. Our proposal is to create a TIF district as shown outlined in red that would include the existing homes and phase 1 and phase 2, the ones that have yet to be constructed and the ones that have been constructed, and an area along the frontage street where we would propose to complete a commercial structure in that area. The purpose of the TIF would be to cover some drainage upgrades and some asphalt topping on 220th. We're not proposing to do any work internal to the subdivision. That would be all on the landowner and developer to do. And so this would be purely infrastructure upgrades on 220th Street in that corridor. I think that there's a schedule that we had put together to kind of show what the maximum value of that TIF would be based off of where things are today. It is semi-time sensitive as the tax records are updated, and as we continue to build, those new properties are coming online as we go. And so we've done a fairly detailed dive to exactly where we're at to understand which increment we could pick up with the creation of a district, and how that would pay off with time. Another item that we've included in this proposal very specifically, and we've done this in several other communities now, is we've taken 90% of the TIF proceeds, which would be very specifically spent on just those items that I talked about, and then we set aside 10% of the increment for the county to utilize for overall administration of the TIF and for the county to generally use in general. So that added up to just under $400,000 that would be directly benefited to the county. As far as what the actual process of a TIF is and what that looks like, I'm not sure how familiar the county is. I know I've never done one in the county specifically. They have a history of a few of them that have been done, but we've done them throughout the entire Black Hills region, from Rapid City up to Belle-Fourche. This one we would be asking the state of South Dakota to classify as an economic development TIF, based off the inclusion of the property along the frontage. And that's basically the information that we have. We wanted to understand what the county's position. We've had some discussion with staff to get to this point, but very much like you had said, Doreen, we want to have an open conversation to understand the opinions, feelings of the project itself, and then how to move forward very specifically with what that application might look like. And maybe to just walk down that path a little bit so that we can have the discussion all at the same time. Generally speaking, outside of Rapid City, we will have our attorneys prepare a detailed project plan. Our surveyors will prepare the legal description, and then we'll put together a contract with our attorneys and present that to the county attorney for review, and then they would bring that forward as the discussion item for voting. So just to kind of lay out how I'm used to preparing that.
Anybody, would you guys like to address any of this, or any more questions?
Just for information, my name's J.D. Hewitt, with Rafter Development. We are the developer for AR Ranch Estates, and, so we've engaged, Finacar Development to assist with this. We feel that there's a definite need for this and are excited about the possibility of incorporating some commercial element out there, but also, just for the overall well-being of the area, safety of the residents there, and ease of maintenance. This seems to be a plausible way to improve that road, and so that's the reason we're here.
I would add that it's going to be 100% developer financed, so there's no money being requested or that would come from the county, and at the end of the day, too, the full responsibility of the TIF paying off would fall on Rafter, and that does not come back to the county. So the financing is set aside through private lenders under their corporation.
Ms. Kingsbury, would you like to announce? If you'd announce yourself, I'd appreciate it. If you have anything to add, that'd be great too.
Megan Kingsbury, Van Acker Development. We appreciate you all hearing this today. As it's been said, we feel that there is benefit to be considered with this discussion, and thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming. Any comments, questions from the commission?
I have a couple comments or questions, I guess. The area to the south, is that gonna be phase 3 on the subdivision?
To the south of phase 1 and 2, or south of phase 2, that was in kind of the master plan. There are no plans at this point of expanding down there. It may happen in time. You know, not going to say never, but we don't have any plans to do that immediately. When that was originally proposed, was before we acquired the 300 acres along Erskine Ranch Road and in the corner of Elk Creek Road.
Because I'm, just kind of looking at the layout, whether or not it makes sense to include that piece to the south and then essentially the piece, because it's all one platted property along Elk Creek and whether or not that would make sense to include that or how that's going to get platted off. It just looks like a funny flag lot to me for those purposes. Because that technically, if if you guys plat straight across, then that lot could get used to service that. It would maybe make sense to have that in there. And it's all the same property right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and frankly, I could see running that, east and west rather than north and south as far as an 80-acre, if we were going to say there's 80 acres of that property that would be directly a beneficiary of this TIF. But same token, I would pull in, say the north half of that quarter to the south, put that in the district, which is not owned by us.
The intersection kind of on that 139th and 220th, going to the road design side here, because you guys would be essentially paving from Erskine to 139th, is that the plan?
Correct.
And then that would have to meet the county standard and AASHTO standard. Well, don't know currently if the gravel portion meets the AASHTO standard for paving. That would be something that we'd have to verify.
The gravel portion on 220th?
Whether or not that would meet the AASHTO standard for a paved vertical curve. Things like that I think the intersection of 139th would make sense because we'll have traffic coming off of 139th, turning down 220. portion. Just not, I mean, this is a discussion piece, right? There's nothing really clear on how that's laid out yet. You'd mentioned we have done TIFs in the county before. We did have challenges, so I guess I'm kind of reluctant on some of these things to just kind of give free rein and say, have at it, good job, let's see how it goes. I'd like to, kind of get the county buy-off in there, whether, you guys have an engineer on staff to do that, but then we would have an engineer to review the plans to make sure that stuff that we need. I think there's a lot of those types of questions that would play into how that's written out. Do you think that phase 3 will ever go?
Well,
Seems like if you're gonna do a TIF and you've got roads stubbed out down there, have that.
I guess I wouldn't have any objection to adding that in this TIF. We're not gonna apply for any other public, if you will, funding for that property. So Julie and I live there now. I use that to winter heifers on. I'm not interested, in mucking it up right now. So
Yeah, I mean, if you're going through the process, lay out the right area first. Even though it may or may not work, you gotta, is it a 20-year TIF?
20
it's
years.
less than that, yeah.
So that's my thing on that one. Make sure that we get the right area to a TIF.
Sure. Well, they definitely would benefit from that improvement if it were ever developed. As Talbot said, I could get run over next too, so.
And I would note that in kind of drawing up the boundaries, I always like to start very specific, because there's certain, statutes that, limit the amount of property that you can have, within a county or a city, maximum overall for TIFs. And so I always start tight because it's based off of a evaluation. However, that's not necessarily an issue in Meade County right now, as there's plenty of room.
We're not maxed out on
Yes, you're not at a spot, but that is the reason why it is start, and it would be very easy to add in those because absolutely that area could develop, based off of what JD had said, but we can clean that up to be a little more, what's actually going to be. But that's the reason why it started tight.
That's just my opinion. We'll see what it really is.
So Kyle, maybe for the benefit of the public that's listening, the county gets 27% of property tax dollars, schools get 60%, a little more. So can you explain to the public how the TIF would benefit Meade County?
Sure. So the TIF very specifically is going to be to benefit this area, right? It's local, and it is to improve public infrastructure, which is one of the main requirements, right? TIF needs to be of the public's benefit. The additional benefits that you do get is that we're going to have pavement on 220th. I know that there's different opinions, but generally speaking, pavement is a better road section. It's easier to maintain, and this gets it paid through a private financing method for the county. That's a benefit. We'll be able to work on both the intersections of 139th and on Erskine Ranch Road. The Erskine Ranch Road intersection is identified in the transportation plan as one for needing to be upgraded. So we can provide both of those as kind of already identified on the county's master plans and comprehensive plans. In addition, the TIF will increase the value of this area, which in general will bring up the property tax valuation. We do have and are excited to work with commercial development on the intersection that would bring in additional revenue and create potential for, all of the residents of the county to have a place to take horses and do, what you do with horses. I'm not a horse person, so that's something that they can speak to. The way that the TIF works, and this is the reason that we are going to apply as an economic development TIF, is because of what you're saying, that the county receives tax dollars. So the current tax dollars for this area will be frozen, and that will continue to go to the county. It will only be the increment of what is built moving forward that helps to pay for these infrastructure. So the revenue is not going to be lost from what's there right now. In addition, by requesting the economic development, it affects the way that the state looks at the formula, and it will continue to, especially with the school district, as this area grows and you have more families, there's obviously a cost to the school district. That portion gets covered through a state increase and not a local increase, which is the economic development side of that formula. A local TIF, those dollars would have to be made up locally within Meade County. So we help offset that by creating that economic development.
I've been around TIFs for 30 years, and they've changed a lot. And two key ways they've changed that I've not favored is, initially, a TIF was for 6 years, unless it was a major commercial development. Major. Now they're strung out. They're limited to much smaller areas. So as a result, the TIF payback extends out much further. There's also the amount of developers' money in the game has been reduced. And then the state passed that if you get a TIF, you can also get a discretionary formula for 5 years on commercial property, which means that first 5 years on that tax stuff is not paying down the TIF, which is extending the TIF out further and further. 20 years down the road on a road, the road will probably need to be replaced by the time this TIF gets paid for. The only way I would go for a TIF is to at least, we all know this is not going to be the end of that development. If this road goes through, there's going to be development all the way around. I would want the entire area incorporated into the boundaries of the TIF, and I'd want it paid off as soon as possible. And you and I both know how all those numbers go, and we also know, I think Sturgis has done way too many TIFs. And I think you and Dream Design, et cetera, have been huge benefactors of Black Hills governmental entities and their TIFs. And I favor capitalism, but I also favor low taxes for our residents. And the sooner properties inside a TIF get on the tax rolls, the better. So I would be willing to look at a much larger area, much shorter payback.
If I could address those comments, thank you, Doreen, and I'm glad to hear that you are for capitalism. There are some differences in what we're proposing and what you have outlined. For one, the build-out is projected over 20 years, but the payback on this is from 10 to 12 years, depending on
how quick it gets built.
No, no. The payback is what it is, and so this won't be a 20-year payback. It's projected to be a 20-year build-out. But the other issue is that, irrespective of what Kyle and Dream Design, his association with Dream Design have been a part of, he's not a part of this development. We are the developers. He's knowledgeable in this area, and we've had a long-standing relationship. And
right, he is very knowledgeable.
We've asked him and Megan for their input to help us design this in a way that would be successful. And so as far as the scope of the acreage, we're willing to allow, quarter mile or whatever, an 80-acre, say an 80-acre strip on each side of this property, and I have no problem with Rich's request to go down into, property that we're using for grazing livestock. Because if it ever is, it will benefit. Those other areas, though, don't need this road. They can go directly to Erickson Ranch Road. They can go directly to Elk Creek Road. This area, the boundary, the border, needs 220th, and that's the benefactor. So the other point that I would like to emphasize is the fact that many TIFs are proposed and designed on the front end of a project. We have already done the heavy lifting. This project is completed, and anything that wasn't right was made right. And so we're not coming to you on the front end asking for you to buy into a vision. We're coming to you at the end to top this off, and for a multitude of reasons, to allow us this mechanism of participation.
Also in the olden days, all the TIFs were all administered or put together by somebody that maybe only Talbot will recognize his name in this room, and that's, remember Chuck Vanderzeel? And at the same token, Meade County needs a way to build roads. I don't deny that.
I agree.
But I just like it, if we go this way, I just like it as quick as possible. The one that's out there has not gone well.
In that, just to kind of add to that, I would say the discretionary formula, we would make, part of the process that we would sign the waiver for the discretionary formula. That would be recommended in any TIF that I was going to be worked on, and I'd recommend that to JD. So I just go ahead and make that part of the approval process, right? It's not good for the TIF, like you said. It takes potential income generation and pushes it out 5 years, and we don't want to see that, especially as, very, very realistically, he's going to be paying for the road improvements, and so he wants that to pay back as fast as possible too. So everybody's going to be aligned on that same goal. Also, to your point, this does the numbers that are laid out in front of you. That's kind of the maximum generation based off of like JD said.
Worst case.
Yep. We and I have written these before where we do limit it to 10 years or something similar to that. And we can go back and look at those numbers and come up with that shortest time period, and we can write that right into the TIF agreement as well. So that's, we'll get feedback from everybody, but that's absolutely something that we can do.
Questions, comments?
And then the difference, say, projected in year 3, the TIF produced 50,000, and the payment was 60,000. The developer picks up the 10 that the TIF did not generate.
Yeah. And one fail-safe that gets built into these. So just like you said, these TIFs have been ongoing. We're in a different climate now than we were, say, 10 years ago.
Yeah, the interest rate certainly has changed.
The interest rate is a lot different. I would say too, not that it's probably not the best way to say it, but the lending institutions that borrows on TIFs, they have a much better understanding of how they work than they did 10 years ago, 20 years ago. They build fail-safes in that the JD is going to have to sign,
Right.
that if that increment doesn't occur, they're not going to let a TIF sit out there.
He's gonna open his checkbook.
Correct. And that'll be on the private side, right? That won't come through a county agreement. That'll come
Right.
through the yes.
Right.
Does the commission have anything else?
Like, one thing I think to note, currently 220th, the way it sits now is, county road, but not county maintained.
Correct.
So I think, that's something, we aren't looking for additional roadways, for any reason. So, as we move it, as you guys move forward into that, don't know if I'm interested in taking over the roadway. Currently, I mean, you guys, I think you've been planning on paving the road over the course of this project anyway. But, the discussion of whether or not the county takes over that piece to maintain it, totally different discussion. But currently I'm not really interested in.
So, just to be clear, that is part of our, request, and yeah, when we first started this process, we didn't really have intentions of paving that road. Then when we did phase 2, we could see the traffic, is maintaining gravel there really is not sustainable. And so we spent considerable money rebuilding the road, so that it would be easier to maintain. But it's gonna be, as a gravel road, it's gonna be a nightmare. So, I can safely say, at some point, there has to be an off-ramp. I mean, how long does a developer maintain a public infrastructure? So that's what I'm asking. I mean, is it 10 years? Is it, when the TIF runs out, the county takes it over? What?
And I think that's a good conversation to have as we move forward into this. I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know did they get a road district out there or not?
So, this was part, when we decided it would be prudent to pave the road, we decided, I don't know if we got the right advice, but to pursue that as a road district. And we brought that to the commission. Your position, if I can sort of footnote it, would be that you would not grant the road district, and maybe there were other considerations, but unless the road district was to take over 220th. At the time, the residents in phase 1 and 2 were not willing to take over 220th. It was going to be paid for. All they had to do is maintain it, but they were not willing. And actually, on the advice of one commissioner, the comment, another conversation was that this really should be a TIF, and that it would pull in that property to the south and part of, to the north that would benefit from that road. And so that's why we're here.
And I think this, it's gonna play into the discussion of the TIF. You know, and currently, the road gets paved, it's serving that phase 1 and phase 2 and not the entire county, right? It doesn't go, 220th doesn't go all the way to Haynes. I envision someday it probably will. There's enough development happening in these areas. So, I mean, I think that's a conversation that's gotta get had, but, as you move forward with the TIF, if that's what you're gonna do, then we'll have that discussion, but I wanna make sure that we're all, you know, transparent here and saying, it's not a guarantee.
Well, that's, you know, and that's why we're here, and I appreciate that, because if there isn't a path forward, then I can quit bothering Kyle and Megan, and we're not gonna engage attorneys to draft a TIF, and we're not gonna engage engineers to design it. But, you know, there's significant traffic on 220th from those residents, excuse me, no doubt, primarily, but also from people all the way up 139th and people extending out to the east, and I honestly,
Yes, I see the, in April, in the 2-week period in April, that traffic count on 220th was 106.
talking about per hour or per day?
Per day. And then, I don't know if we've got one, we don't have 130.
Couple points I'd make. That the issue on the, kind of misstated that what the issue was on the road district. You approached the county with a road district, one road district that would exclude 220th. So you had your map not including it. And our comments back were you can't do that legally under the state law. It would have to include 220th. You cannot break road district boundaries up to go around roads. And so that was the discussion there, is that if they took that, if you're to correct your boundaries, you would have to include 220th. You couldn't do one contiguous. Road districts have to be contiguous, and you can't throw a road out of it and go up both sides of the road. And that was the conversation there. I certainly understand why the homeowners would have an issue with me 20th. Seeing as they probably see that, you know, through roads on a road district are problematic. I have no question.
Theoretically, excuse me, not to interrupt.
Yes, go ahead.
Theoretically, it could be 2 road districts.
Mm-hmm. Theoretically.
Yeah.
Though,
yes, apologize, I didn't mean to mischaracterize that.
No, that's fine. You know, it gets the discussions. I'm sure you've dealt with road districts before, and I've dealt with a lot of them. So, yeah, I think that boundaries. I'm gonna frankly disagree with Commissioner Reed a little bit. I'm not sure that I would make the boundaries as expansive as that she might think they should be. I certainly think that 80 acres to the south of 220th and probably the 80 acres on 20th for that first half mile should be included. And frankly, your future phase 3, which you've done preliminary designs for because we've seen them, and actually reserved, I think, a right-of-way out to 139th
right,
in case of future development. Those would seem to make sense to me. Going deeper in, you could pick up some of those households that are using the road now that you would benefit, but I don't know, I'd maybe be open to discussion. There has been some discussion of a gentleman looking to develop land further to the east there. And I just don't know how it'll play out. So I'd probably be a little less on that. I appreciate the waiver of the discretionary formula, I do see that as problematic for you as the developer, for somebody to come in behind you and not pay any taxes for the first 5 years. Sell the building or the building lot.
Right,
But not having the taxes can be problematic. I don't know who, I would say, you built this road, you made the call. Some of these issues you've done before were issues you had with first road builder. It wasn't really the county's fault. Your first road builder had some issues. There were ditch issues. I videotaped them, some of myself personally, that the drainage was bad. Your first, you made improvements to the road. I think Rich's comments, design of a gravel road might not be the same design you need for a paved road, so you certainly might have to put a different base in. I'm not big on taking in new roads because we can't even afford the ones we have. But the flip side of it is, I think you have to establish a path if the developer does it right, for the county to step in. That's just what our purpose is at some point. But the one TIF that I've inherited on this job was not properly thought through very well. So I would envision county having to hire its own engineer to review your plans. I'd envision part of your cost for the TIF, that engineering cost, of course, obviously could be rolled into the TIF cost. I would envision, requiring it to be bid, just like a public document. I mean, I think that's where some of these TIFs get in problems, is they just go out and hire a construction, and whether that then causes cost issues. Those are some things I would envision. So you're going to have a little bit more upfront costs, and then you're just going out and trying to cut a deal with a road guy.
I have no problem with that, provided they're, the bids we get are from contractors that we would, that we have discretion over accepting them, I guess.
Well, you're going to have to,
you do that.
you're going to have sec flow bid probably.
Well,
you have a reason
I did that.
They're not
I did that once, and I had to go rebuild the road.
Well, that's why you have engineering spec plans and probably county supervision and construction.
Oh, I'll interject here, because I'm always any TIF that I have recommended, I always leave the requirement. I don't like to do the granted that lets you kind of avoid some of those bidding requirements. I also think that bidding the TIFs is a good way to do it. The protection that that'll be built in, especially for what JD and what I would usually recommend, is lowest qualified bidder.
Certainly.
Where if we get a low bid that doesn't make sense, or we see a contractor that will require some upfront, this project is sizable enough that we'll want to see that they have the capabilities to actually do what they're saying they're doing. So I think that within the bid packet that we'll put together, we'll have that assurance in there for JD that he doesn't end up with somebody that doesn't do a good job, but yet still have the cost control for the county's purpose when it comes to the certification process of the TIF.
Nobody wants a bad road if we go through this.
No.
I'm sitting here, JD, saying I think the county needs to take it over at some point, so I just assume.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. I've been burned. Frankly, I had to terminate the contractor, and I had to terminate the engineer that I had starting this.
And there are bad engineers and there are bad contractors, and believe it or not, there are even bad lawyers out there. So, well, no. I'll talk to you later. So, I'm just one person up here kind of throwing some stuff out. Obviously, we have some different opinions. Doreen and I don't see eye to eye on some of this, and
I think she can be one.
I'll leave that up to you.
As far as
I gotta already tell you, I have a headache today. I have take medicine, So by the time it works, I might be more agreeable later in the day.
So we just need to keep talking.
Yeah.
You just have to time it right.
As far as you know, I don't disagree that adding the acreage directly adjacent to 80 north, south, to Phase 3, that just makes total sense. I would tend to like the properties to the east, unless there's an actual thought that they may develop, then you're just freezing taxes on something that's just going to be a natural growth, and it doesn't really.
And I'll just tell you, if you look hard at that property to the east, there are major water issues as you go east, where it's going to really, and those can get, I'm sure they're going to be developed someday, but their engineering and floodplain issues fairly severe. So they're going to take some time.
And I think too, per your comments, Doreen, we'll be able to tighten this timeline up, and so we're not going to be looking at, even 20 years into the future where you would maybe think that some of those, it's going to be tighter because he does have the development already going. There are building houses, and we're counting on that growth that's actually happening there to make this thing pay off, not the neighbors and others.
Okay, is any other comments from the commission? Anything else that anyone would like to say? We spent on this, I think. Are you guys comfortable going forward, or you guys have any other questions that was missed?
Good. I'm comfortable going forward. The question would be is kind of the format we talked about, where we would put together an application, have documents drawn up and then reviewed by the county, or is there a different route that the county would like to go?
If y'all are looking for me for an answer, I'm going to say that's the route I would prefer.
Yeah, okay, that's what I would assume that would be the most comfortable with.
I was looking at you.
Tanya, do you have anything to add on the planning side? You can just shake your head if okay. Okay, is there anything else that you'd like to address? So I appreciate you guys coming in today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate
your time and feedback. It's all good.
By the way, Kyle, I know your cousin.
Which one?
The only one who counts, Jim. I know you do.
Some of them I don't claim.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Let's skip down in the agenda to item H. Be the outside agency funding request. We had some young ladies back there waiting fairly patiently for us. So if you guys like to step up to the table, we'll handle that issue right now. I believe for the other outside agencies, I gave them 10 minutes apiece. So if that's what.
Okay.
Grant you guys 10 minutes. So we're skipping to item H2 right now. Northern Hills Diversion, Teen Court.
Good morning.
Just announce yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Lexi Lux. I'm the Executive Director for Northern Hills Diversion.
My name is Verla Little, and I'm the Diversion Program Coordinator.
Yeah, so the reason we're here today is that we are requesting a budget of $5,000 from Meade County to help us with our funding needs for the fiscal year 2025. The reason we're asking for this is with the increased presence that we're starting to see in Meade County, obviously there's different costs that come along with that, and with our ability to be able to provide the programming that we do to youth that are in the juvenile justice system. As you can see, we have a budget for Lawrence County for $17,500. That has since been approved. We have also been approved for our Alternatives to Detention grant in the amount of $120,000. That budget is going to change a little bit here and there, just because it's when we're putting these budgets together, we're trying to see 6-8 months into the future, and sometimes that doesn't always work the way we hope. But as of right now, that's where we're at as far as our budgeting is concerned. To give you guys a little bit of an idea of how our program works is that we work with youth who have gotten into some kind of trouble with the juvenile justice system. We run a program called Teen Court. Teen Court, I know, was in Meade County about 20-ish years ago, and then we were fortunate enough to be able to start bringing teen court back into Meade County in 2023, and in fact, we were able to start offering teen court in Meade County starting in December of 2023. We now offer teen court in Meade County once a month. Our other court night is in Lawrence County once a month. Ideally, we'd like to get to the point where we're able to offer teen court in both counties twice a month, but of course that's all based on program need, and right now we're just not there for that yet. So what we've been working on doing is working on our community outreach and really working to increase the number of volunteers that we have, and then also assist any youth who are introduced into the criminal justice system. The other part of our program is our case management diversion with the Alternatives to Detention grant that you can see up top there. That was a grant that we were asked to apply for through the state in 2023, and that allows us to provide juvenile diversion programming in Lawrence County, Meade County, and Butte County. So with that new option being available to us, we were able to expand from having just teen court in Lawrence County to including that juvenile diversion programming in all 3 counties. We, of course, like I already mentioned, have the teen court option for Lawrence County and for Meade County. And then with the case management diversion, those are for our more serious offenses. And we offer that in all 3 counties, as well as offering options for conditional release. Conditional release, the conditional release side of it is for kids that would normally be placed into the Juvenile Services Center in Rapid City or into the Alternative Center in Rapid City, and provides an opportunity for them to stay in their homes, but still have that accountability of going in front of the judge in a timely manner. I actually was looking up some numbers while we were waiting, and in 2023, there were 57 total bed days for youth in Meade County in the Juvenile Services Center, and 176 total bed days for youth in Meade County in the Arise Center, which is that alternative. The average cost per night for youth to be in that center is $300. So in all, it's about $69,900 that Meade County is currently spending on that. Now, I don't know if you guys then ask for that money, if you guys, bill that back to the families or not. But one of the comments that's been made to me in the past is that sometimes it can be like trying to get blood out of a turnip. So I don't know what your recuperation rate is on that, but the idea behind this would be to also help us to provide our services so that you guys can in turn not spend as much money on those services as well. By all means, we're not going to be able to eliminate every kid that is eligible to go to JSC or to Arise, but to hopefully make sure that it's being used appropriately for those youth that need it.
Counties are not allowed to assess back the full cost, I think. What is it now, Ken? Is it 55 or 65 we can bill for JSC? But they don't pay it.
Okay. So pretty significant amount of money that could potentially be saved to Meade County if juvenile diversion services are utilized. Where I came up with the number of $5,000 to ask from Meade County is just based on what our numbers were for youth in Meade County who were utilized our services. We had 20 kids total from Meade County in 2023. I would like to note that we didn't really go live with programming with Meade County. We started working with Ken in January, but this grant didn't go into effect until July of 2023. So we had 20 youth who came through our programming. At that point, the Juvenile Justice Reinvestment Initiative reimbursed at a rate of $250 per youth that went through juvenile diversion programming. So that comes up to that total amount of $5,000. That incentive fund was increased in the last legislative session to $750. So that will be something that will increase for the amount of money that Meade County will be getting back, for juvenile diversions, this year. And I'm sure Ken will be getting those numbers, turned into the state here soon. But that's where I came up with that $5,000, number. Also to kind of give you guys a little bit of an idea of what we're doing to try to improve our services in Meade County beyond having our teen court that's meeting here every month. We also have an office that's now located next to the Meade County State's Attorney's office where Verla works out of quite a bit. We try to meet with youth as much as we can in their home county, whether that is Butte County, Meade County, Lawrence. We also offer classes at the ABC building here in Sturgis. We do it on a 3-month rotation. Our goal is to get to where we can offer the classes in each county on a rotating basis. Currently, we don't have a location in Butte County just simply because we don't have the caseload for Butte County at this point. And then we also are working to improve opportunities for youth by bringing Alive at 25 back into the area. Well, I shouldn't even say currently because we started offering it in June. But prior to when we started offering Alive at 25 classes, the only option for youth was to take it in Sioux Falls, which meant that for our kids out here, they were having to take it via Zoom, which was just not an effective method for learning for them. So we've been doing a lot of different work in the area to hopefully improve opportunities for youth, at-risk and justice-involved youth. And we hope that you guys will consider funding us in the amount of $5,000 for fiscal year 2025. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there any questions, comments?
So are you in the courthouse building, at the office space?
Yes,
Correct.
right next door.
Is that the rent issue I saw in one of these?
No,
So
no,
it's just being provided?
correct, as an in-kind. We're told it's a closet, but it's rather large for a closet, so we're happy to call it an office.
Probably been used for storage. So
Yeah.
clarified it as that. Okay.
Technically, I think we should have approved that.
Probably. Yeah, especially as if it's dealt with in kind, and there probably should be a written agreement.
Okay.
You guys, where do you get your other offices at?
Yeah, we have an office in the Lawrence County courthouse, and we also have office space on the second floor of the post office in Deadwood.
Did you guys sign something with the county?
Not with Meade County, no. We worked with Sean on it.
Okay. Probably just good starting place. Why don't you probably send Teresa's attention what you signed with Lawrence County, and we can kind of figure out whether we should have something similar signed at least.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Comments? I think we covered it, so thank you. We haven't taken up any action on any outside funding yet, so I appreciate you coming in today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Brings us now to our agenda back to E, which is highway. We have a couple things that Troy had, several things he's obviously always is.
Like so many people in my life.
Yeah. But anyway, we're back to E, which is the highway. We have a couple action items. Is there any, maybe Ted, Rich could, if there's any questions on the traffic count or the monthly report, if you guys read through that, maybe the liaisons of that department could handle that. If not, you guys have any comments for that department?
Not on the monthly report of traffic count.
Speak in your microphone, please.
So the traffic count, and the monthly report, they're just the standard information. The information's there. We can answer questions if you need to. But the other ones,
Okay. Ted, do you have any comment on the reports or the traffic count?
No, he just said we're down a couple employees right now that said the graveling crew's been doing a great job, and Things are going pretty good other than our road graders.
Yeah.
Greater issues.
So, I mean, Rich and I and Troy talked about, you know, what some of our ideas are moving forward there, so.
How has I guess I had a question and answer it. I think, Doreen, you were out on that road. How's the kind of experimental on Fort Meade Way? Some new work on that. How has that turned out?
It was great.
So, to recap what we did a base stabilization on Fort Meade Way this year, and I understood Troy correctly. He got one call, which was, it looks good.
No complaints.
And no complaints. So, I think it held up really well during the traffic this year. We have done that a couple spots around the county. This one was obviously a higher profile because everybody gets to see it.
And I drove on it after they got the work done, and it was really nice.
It really was. I think our biggest problem is, and it's one that I think we need to have the sheriff and Troy in on, and probably the state's attorney, is the traffic on that road during the rally, and then on 135th, you know. There is no traffic control out there apparently during the rally. There's one vehicular homicide and another battery as a result of stuff that's happened out there at the campgrounds. 135, the junction on 135? I don't mean 135. We on both sides of Buffalo Chip, something needs to be done about traffic monitoring.
Between 207 and Alkali?
And, and the side roads, Fort Meade Way and stuff. You know, I don't know if Woodruff had anybody out there directing traffic. In years past, he did, and they required people. There's actually a traffic directing course. And I know at that time, they were directed to do that. I do not know what happened this year, but it was not a good scene out there.
In years past, there has been somebody handling traffic directive. That's the route I take to come in. I do know it's awkward it becomes a four-way stop. I appreciate the four-way stop coming in the other way. It's a little awkward because you're not used to that at times. I'm sure the people that drive Fort Meade Way every day are not used to a four-way when they get to that road.
Well, the main complaints I've heard has been from bikers and when the concerts got over.
It certainly.
And it was huge. And supposedly even one of the bus drivers got assaulted by 3 guys, but one woman is in ICU and one person is dead.
So is that at the Alkaline intersection where that's at?
No,
or the turn into?
It's on the turns, and one I think was reportedly one was inside the camp, but there's rowdiness that takes place at the end of those concerts and traffic here and there, and I think we need to be ready for next year. Something needs to be done. We need to have some meeting.
Getting them out on 34 is never easy. Yeah, the traffic's tough.
And that's where they used to.
Yeah, but I think they need it at a couple of places. They also need it.
I'm not arguing.
Also at the entrances.
There's some thought as to where we get people in and out. Anything else for the highway? We got a couple action items on highway we need to.
Just on Doreen, the only thing I'd bring up is DOT adds 2 traffic lights on Deadwood Avenue for the rally. Used just for the rally.
And it's added right there at Highway 30.
Yeah. Well, they add them right. I mean, they add 2 on North Deadwood Avenue and Rapid.
Yeah.
So.
I see what you're saying. That's on Rapid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here they've got a couple at the Alkali thing, and then also at Glencoe Drive, and, but the others,
You're saying
problems
the actual,
are on county roads.
right in the middle of Buffalo Chip, essentially, where there's the access into Buffalo Chip.
Access into Buffalo Chip and afterwards. And like I said, I thought Pat might be here today so we could ask as far as what they had for traffic monitoring or control, or maybe Ken, he's here, maybe he's aware of those charges or incidences or whatever. Maybe he can lend some light on something.
We're gonna use that from now on.
That's a good one, yeah. Anything else on these items before we get into item H, or E, excuse me?
Mr. Chair, do you have to approve F1? I mean, excuse me, not auditor, E1?
We haven't discussed that
Okay.
yet. We're just discussing the reports and
Okay.
the, traffic count analysis. Yes.
Yeah, we'll
thank you,
definitely
but
take a motion
we
on
need
that.
action on, yes, we need action on E1 and E3, actually. So, I was just asking if there's any more comments for highway in general. Doesn't look like we have any. So let's go to item E1, which is the highway. It's, we have some items on our surplus list that we need to remove.
Yeah, so kind of a backstory on this is, we had, on our 2013 blades that we purchased 10 2013 blades all at once, and in 2000, a couple years ago, about 2020, I think, we purchased all of those. 21, we started replacing those with new cats or new equipment. The issue that we have is we have 7 of the original 2013 blades, and currently 2 of them have bad engines, 1 of them has bad oil sample, 2 have bad hydraulic issues, 3 of them do, and 1 is using oil. So what we want to do is pull the motor grader that we were going to surplus off of the surplus list, and also one of the semi that we were going to surplus, which you can see is a 1976, and add that back to service. So we did surplus 2 motor graders at the time. One of them sold for $80,000, and a new engine for one of those blades is about $80,000. So my request is to take the 2013 blade, put it back in service, and also the semi back in service. We're piecing things back together still.
You made that in form of motion.
Yeah, so I'll make them. So that was a summary of why we're doing it. I'd like to make a motion to remove the listed equipment from the surplus.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second on the floor to remove these items from surplus and put them back into surface. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us to item E3, which is set a public hearing date for our 5-year highway transportation.
This is our standard 5-year plan. We do this
Every couple months.
Yeah, and we every time that we need to amend something to get into the big grant opportunities, we have to have it on the 5-year plan. These are not necessary. We have money to take care of on all of them, but we have to have them in the plan. So I'd like to make a motion to set the public hearing date for September 24th at 10 o'clock.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to set the public hearing date for the highway plan. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to the auditor, item F in the agenda.
I did present you 2 different forms of expense and revenue reports this month. One is a detail report and one is a summary report.
Any questions on those reports or comments?
I like the detail in them. there's a lot of information in there, but
Do you prefer one over the other, or include both, or what's your suggestion?
are they easy to provide?
They are.
I like both, cause,
They're easy.
depends on, and everybody else gets to look at them.
Any questions, other questions, comments? I would agree, I like them.
Don't like this report.
Yeah, this report's a little bit alarming. Overtime report by department. Any questions, comments to this report?
Do you remember if we had a line item budget for overtime? Did we have $100,000
Yep.
in? Is that what the number was this year?
Well, I can remember, what was it, 13,000 we had in the dispatch overtime budget. Wasn't that what we had in there, Gary? For one, that stands out.
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
It seems like when we were looking at it,
I believe that every department may have some overtime built into their budget, into their wage line item, but it is not a separate line item.
I have yet to see
At one point in time, we did allocate a certain amount of money, and then the department heads got together and determined what percentage of that would be allocated to each department. That has since gone away, and we're back to just each department figuring their own overtime.
right, we had
And
that.
by I say each department, I actually don't know that, I think that's been up to HR to some level. Maybe department heads and commission have had those discussions.
I don't think we ever discussed it with HR other than, scheduling. Did have that 100,000 kind of as a goal that I think back in Gary days, and we kind of figured out which departments would be likely to have what, but, there's at least one more day of overtime. Or three, because then you got people that aren't getting days off yet.
So you're saying one or two more pay periods?
Yes. Before we get really the final result.
I like the report, I just don't like the numbers on the report.
And, yes,
To be clear, that's nothing to
will agree
give
with
us what
that.
you're doing.
Sometimes it hurts to look at it, look at the obvious numbers.
Do we have, overtime budgeted, or is it just each department has their own budget?
It's, overtime is just, there is no separate line item for overtime.
That's what I thought.
There was on the sheriff's budget.
So we don't really know for sure.
If you look at the expense reports by department,
Because we looked that up a couple of weeks ago.
Are we gonna be way over budget at the end of the
We're
year
way
on
over.
wages?
We're way over
Yeah.
We're way over.
Regardless, we're over.
So,
And I thought when we met with the sheriff's department, when we did that preliminary budget thing, I thought that in communications, for this year, it budgeted 13,000.
Oh,
Did-
yeah.
and it probably won't resolve itself at all the next 4 months.
Well, no.
Well, and like we just mentioned, we have a big one
More coming in
from the rally, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
actually,
there's-
the majority of the rally has yet to come.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's also back to the point, is some of these numbers are alarming without the rally.
So mostly dispatch, sheriff, highway, what's,
So communications is a big piece, jail and sheriff is, highway is up there. Also 44 hours a week instead of across all of it. They're all high numbers.
You know, the thing of it is, a lot of places that run 12-hour shifts, such as Monument Health, run 36 hours.
Any other questions, comments on this overtime report by department? If not, we have an action item, F3, contingency transfer. If you recall, at our one of our June meetings, we moved some money into opioids, out of opioids. I don't know what the Northern Hills Drug Court. It was caught by the state auditor that we. If you want to explain some of that.
So contingency is an actual budget item. When Talbot's motion was to move money from contingency into the opioid fund, the money where the opioid fund is sitting is a revenue account, so we can't move money from the revenue account to an expense account because we did not have the opioid account established. We have since done that. We can move contingency as a budget transfer from money from contingency into that now created expense account. Unfortunately, what that does do is short contingency the $7,500 that we allocated. That was the intent was to get it back into contingency, but that's not possible. The money is still sitting in the general fund under the grant revenue account. We have a spreadsheet where we are keeping track of the deductions of the opioid. That's really a hard word, opioid money, but it does not go directly back into contingency.
That was, yeah.
Did I cover that correctly?
The way I was on the phone with Rhea and Don and Al. I had several questions, so yes, that's basically right. Your motion, Talbot, was to come out of contingency to Northern Hills Drug Court and then come back into contingency. But the Northern Hills Drug Court was not a budgeted item last year, so therefore we cannot take money out of contingency to there. It's still, contingency is a budget item, so therefore it's not a cash fund is the other thing. So therefore it's a budget item, so therefore
it's a budget transfer.
Yeah, so therefore it'll still come out of the opioid fund, which is in general funds. It'll still come out of that fund because that's something it can do. So just the process we went about it was according to the state audit.
So to rectify that in 2025, you can actually allocate a budget to that opioid fund expense account. So when you make a transfer in the future, that can actually, the money will be there.
So Rhea, is that recommended action, is that wording there, would that be appropriate for a motion then?
I feel it's appropriate.
Well, I'll make that motion then that we, approve resolution 2024-10 to move cash from contingency to Fund 101-446-455000 opium settlement drug abuse in the amount of $7,500.
And just if you can, do we need, and Rhea, I guess that was my next question after I got off the phone, but I was going to follow up with Ken later. Do we need a motion to correct the minutes from the previous motion then? No? Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to approve this resolution. Any other discussion to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. This next item on the agenda, and this wasn't, the intent was to be pulled. Ken, you might have an update on this. If we were going to pull this, but I missed it when we approved the agenda, so therefore it's on. So I would recommend no action when we get this, but Ken has a quick explanation.
Yeah, this showed up on board docs, obviously, on Friday. Welcome to the rally. I didn't get a chance to respond to Rhea till Monday morning, suggesting that this is premature at this point. There's a process for the poor relief, and this is just the beginning point. So there's no action to be taken. It didn't get pulled in time.
So unless there's any other questions or anything else really to do, I will move on. We'll go to equalization. We'll be at G1 now. Rhea, this is a vendor refund. We have an action item here as well.
So Triple M Foundation is requesting a refund. They do a lot of work for Shriners Hospital, as you can see. They do some fundraisers that are charitable in nature. They are asking for a refund of the $700 or $750 that they paid. $750 that they paid.
Apologize, Jill, I just saw you sneak in. Did you have something you wanted to add to this? Okay. Questions, comments on this? Questions, comments, and/or action?
I'll make a motion to, refund the vendor application for,
I have a motion on the,
second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor to refund this vendor application. Amount of $750, is that correct? Any other discussion to that motion? Yep. Rich? Ed seconded it.
You good, Chris?
Good, okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor to refund the $750 for the vendor. Any discussion to that motion?
Have they been here before?
They have not.
Any other discussion, questions to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Brings us down to I-1, commission, which we got in communique, we just have, looks like just some updates, is that correct?
Yes.
Couple updates, anybody want to comment or have any questions on the communique portion of this agenda?
get a map with that TIF.
It is the exact same TIF as current TIF 22. We've had communications back and forth. It was slightly different. They, at our request, they have changed it back to the exact outline of TIF 22. What they're going to do is kill TIF 22, reenact it as TIF 29.
Any other questions, comments? And then let's move on to the consent calendar. Questions, comments of the consent calendar?
Well, I noticed there was some huge payments for court-appointed attorneys. I was wondering if if it's fair. Were those trials convictions, or I mean that was a lot of money for the last 2 weeks. 53,000. One was 15,000. The other was between 6,000 and 7,000.
I have not gone through and looked at them. Getting paid for your court-appointed attorney fees is not dependent upon outcome.
I know.
I know. You know, the timing is such. Most of them wait till the case concludes, and some of them wait and do a bunch all at once. So I don't know if these are concluded cases that concluded in the last several months, and that's the most likely.
They were just a lot higher fees than we normally see on that list.
May I add something? It was a lot of catching up too. So we had a stack about 2 inches deep, and it was a lot of catching up. We finally have caught up on a lot of our court-appointed vouchers.
Well, that's helpful information.
Right.
The only other thing I would add is I think the judge has to approve all the...
They do.
Okay. Well, unless there's any other comments, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to executive session. We have a few things. Get a motion to go into executive session.
Making a motion to go into executive session for legal and personnel and contract.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for legal, personnel, and contractual. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We're now in executive session. Out of exec.
Make a motion to come out of.
Been moved and seconded to come out of executive session. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Looks like we've completed our business and agenda, so I declare us adjourned.